Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everyone. The meeting is live, and we're ready to get started. So we'll do that. Clerk Trenum, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to get started then by calling the meeting to order and welcoming all the folks who are here with us this morning, members of staff, members of the public, members of senior leadership team, and of course, members of council who are here at this council meeting today, including Councillor Jackson, Councillor Wang, Councillor Nan, Councillor Wang. Oh, your name tags are a bit off. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Francis, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Danko, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Kretsch, and Councillor Wilson. And so we're going to get started by standing for the national anthem, please. Thank you. Everyone can be seated. Before I go into the acknowledgement, I want to say that we also welcome the media. I don't want to forget them because you never know what that might cause in terms of the headlines. So I apologize. I usually do that, and I admitted to do that this morning. So the city of Hamilton here is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Again, members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. So we'll go to the approval of the agenda. Clerk Trenum, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horvath. There is one added ceremonial activity, item 3.2, staff commendations 2024 awards for the Hamilton Water and Engineering Services. There's one added appendix to a committee report. This is under item 6.4, the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24021. Additionally, there is one added private and confidential matter, 11.2.
Thanks very much. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, please? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Any discussion on the agenda as amended? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 12-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, We'll go on to the ceremonial activities. The first ceremonial activity is the staff appreciation, staff at the Westmount Recreation Centre. And I think it's really important that we recognize the dedicated and compassionate efforts of our recreation, crisis support, and health and safety teams. These teams demonstrated quick action, compassion, and a deep commitment to public service, truly supporting one another during a very challenging time. As we all know, during a medical incident that took place on August 23, 2024 at the Westmount Recreation Centre, things got pretty chaotic, but a true team effort was made to provide resuscitation efforts to an elderly patron attending a pickleball program. The responsiveness, strong leadership, and thoughtful steps taken to support the individual and his family, as well as to assist other patrons and colleagues that day, are truly, truly commendable. I invite the City Manager and the General Manager of Community Services to the podium with me to assist me with the handing out of certificates of commendation. So as we call out your name, so please, City Manager and Manager of Community Services, General Manager, join me. And what we're going to do is ask folks to join us as we call your name, and you'll be able to receive the commendation that we have here for you. And can I just say that, you know, we know that you are all very professional and wonderful kind of people who work so hard for the city, but it's times like this when, you know, when the unexpected happens, that you pull together and really make a difference, not only for the people who are patrons or users of our services, but also for each other. And I think that's something that's really, really important. And so on that note, I'm going to start calling your names, and I think the council should maybe give everybody a round of applause in advance for everything that you've done. Okay, so we will start with Philip Pankoff, Ilya Marigilia, is that right? And Alexander Knowles, thank you for your quick action and direct resuscitation efforts. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So just so folks know, it's Ilya Mariglia. Thank you to Alexander Drake, Jamie De Silva, Caitlin Mans, Andrew Shields, and Stephen Davidson for your leadership in working with other patrons, connecting with 911, and assisting EMS staff. Okay, we have, where's my paper? We have still a few more people to recognize. Victoria Karakesh, Kathy Izoa, and Val Sargent. Thank you for providing essential on-scene support and crisis assistance to our leadership team. Your actions reflect the collaborative and skilled culture you have built across the division. We are incredibly proud of your dedication to care for the community in a time of need. Knowing there are public servants like you who live our values and show compassion each and every day makes me proud to call Hamilton home, and I'm sure that's a sentiment shared by everyone here in this chamber and all Hamiltonians. Thank you very, very much. We're going to come and join you for a photo, if that's okay. So we'll just have to wait a second before we continue with the council meeting. Thank you. Technically, you're joining us for a photo. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I just have to get organized, so bear with me. Again, we're very, very grateful for what you've done. So we now have another ceremonial activity. Some days there's like no ceremonial activities, and sometimes we have several, which is today. 3.2 is the Staff Commendations 2024 Awards, Hamilton Water and Engineering Services. This is an announcement that that our city manager is going to make. So you go ahead, city manager, please, with these staff commendations.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you. We don't have the whole water division joining us today because, frankly, there would not be room in the chambers to take that photo. But I want to take a moment to recognize the dedicated efforts of our Water and Engineering Services Department, who received the following awards, of which there are many. The Water Canada Award winner for Wastewater Enhanced Sewer Inspection Program. They were also recipients of the Water Canada Award winner Stormwater for the Hamilton drone-driven approach to stormwater management pond. Let's see if I can say this. Bathymetry. North American Society for Trenchless Technology, Trenchless Rehabilitation Project of the Year for the Kenilworth Trunk Water Main. Also recipients for the Ontario Waterworks Association Water Efficiency Award of Excellence for the Private Leak Detection Program. 2024 Stormwater Solutions Magazine Top Stormwater Management Project for their Phragmites management. And lastly, the American Waterworks Association Best Article Award for Proactive Leak Detection. So congratulations to the entire Hamilton Water and Engineering Services Department for these remarkable achievements. Your hard work, innovation, and commitment to excellence not only earned you these prestigious awards, but also highlighted Hamilton as a leader in water and wastewater management. These accomplishments are a testament to your dedication to serving our community and driving progress in the field. So well done to Hamilton Water. Thank you.
Hooray. That's excellent. Thanks very much. We're very proud of our staff here. It's important to celebrate when when we have these kinds of things that are worthy of celebration. So that's wonderful. We're going to go on through the agenda now, folks. So we're at item 4, which is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, 4.1, November 13th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 13th, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Any discussion on the minutes, folks? Seeing Alex Wilson. Please go ahead. No?
Apologies, that might be for communications. I haven't requested.
Okay, you're a little bit trigger happy this morning. Okay, so I don't see any other people on the, Councillor Taddison? Same? Okay. I know you guys want this meeting to get done quickly, but this is not helping. I'm only kidding. Okay, so there are no speakers on the list, so we'll go to the vote, please, on the minutes. Oh, shoot. That carries 14-0. Thank you very much. Communications, I have a sneaking suspicion that there's going to be speakers on this one. Councillor Danko, may I have a motion on the communications items, please?
Maybe. Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pauls that Council Communications items 5.1 to 5.11 be approved as presented in the agenda.
Okay, thanks very much. We now have speakers. Councillor Alex Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and apologies for the confusion earlier, Mayor. Just a request to change 5.5, which is the correspondence from the Township of Puslinch respecting excess soil regulation on provincial projects, from be received to be endorsed. This is just requesting that the province really take best practices into account when looking at the impacts for soil management on some of the provincial expansion happening with respect to roadways, given landfill capacity short, and just is asking that, local municipalities stay consulted, best practices be used, and a plan be put forward. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't see, is there any concern with that, folks? We can just make that direction happen? I don't think we need a formal motion. It's just instead of being received, it's to be endorsed. So unless there's a real concern with that, we'll just move forward with the change in direction on that particular piece of correspondence. Okay? Looks like that's fine. Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Taddison, please.
Same topic, 5.5. Just in Glenbrook and just beyond our borders, I've dealt with several cases of perceived illegal dumping and actual illegal dumping of soils. There's not a month that goes by when a farmer or a resident doesn't call me about this issue. So I was just going to ask if anyone on the bench can share Hamilton's strategy to deal with excess soil, and whether this matter needs to be an ongoing concern for Hamilton properties inside and outside our urban boundary.
Okay, so I just want to intervene a little bit to remind folks that what we're doing here is determining how the correspondence is going to be handled. If we want some reports back from staff, instead of them having to do that off the cuff at a council meeting, what we would normally do is refer it to staff for a report back so that they're aware of it. I can ask the clerk if I'm off base on this one, but it's my understanding that rather than having these debates here, we simply send them back to staff for a follow-up report. But please go ahead, Clerk Trenum.
That's correct, Mayor, only that we don't know if we have staff in the room that are prepared to answer the question at this point. So it's not, these items are not necessarily up to debate. However, you could certainly ask that staff bring forward some information to a committee meeting or outside of this through communications just to answer those questions.
Councillor Taddison, do you want to have a report back from staff? I think that everybody knows there are issues with soils, and I think that's something that it would be beneficial.
I do.
Okay, that's fair.
Thank
so
you.
Can we have it endorsed and referred to staff for a follow-up report? How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, is that good? No? Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
So just asking for a report back to staff, I'm concerned that we're going to set a precedent that when there's something in the correspondence or whatever, we're just like, oh, we would like a report back to staff. That means something fairly significant. And a time frame for, is it a full report? Is it an information report? Is it a memo? Like what format of report? What are they reporting back on? What is the goal of the report? Is there recommendation? Like, it's more than just a report back from staff. And perhaps this should be something that is taken offline to work with staff and then come forward at a future committee meeting, not at a council meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. I'll look to Clerk Trenum. What we're trying to do is remember that these are pieces of correspondence, and if we want something to be done with them, we have to decide what's to be done with them. We either receive them, or we endorse them, or we refer them back to staff. That's common. That's what we always do, but I'll seek the advice of the clerk.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Best case scenario in this would be that would come back with a memo with some very high level information to which council could seek either further information or be satisfied with that. Additionally, you could always also refer it to a committee where staff know that it's coming and are prepared to answer questions based on it in that scenario. Either would be reasonable. I think in this case, a simple memo might answer the questions that are coming up.
Okay, thank you. I'm now getting a nod from GM Robichaud there that makes sense. So refer it to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. Okay, excellent. Thanks all. Anything further on the correspondence? Oh, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not wanting to do anything counter to where I think we just landed. I was, and I put my question in advance. This is item 5.7. It's from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, who purports to be bringing clarity to the issue of post-secondary institutions under Bill 185 and some of their enhanced opportunities. And the recommendation is for it to be received and referred to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development for appropriate action. I was going to ask publicly for Acting City Planner to unpack just one sentence in the second to last paragraph. I can not do that, but if I can't do that, then I guess I'm seeking clarity procedurally for appropriate action. What does that mean? Do I have to specify that I would like that letter to be unpacked? Because I don't know what it means.
Clerk Trenum?
So I'd say it's reasonable if you're looking for some explanation of the correspondence itself and or if you're trying to provide additional direction to staff as part of their actions. So if the councillor is looking for a comment on the letter itself that's been received, that's reasonable if staff can provide that answer now. If not, then we could also provide some direction with the refer back that actions should include updating council on the meeting and what those next steps include.
So I'm going to take it back to Councillor Wilson and rely on your understanding of what we're trying to do with this particular section, which is not to have extended debate on correspondence, but to actually send it back. So if it's simply a clarification of language, I'll allow it. But if it's an analysis of what's in the document, not dissimilar to the previous item, then I'm not going to allow that. So up to you.
Well then, for the benefit of my colleagues, it was going to be both, but I will just request that the action be with some sort of further report on unpacking whether this clarity is the clarity that planning staff have been reporting to us has been missing on this part of the legislation. So I guess that's what I was hoping to receive, whether this is the information that they were hoping to receive when we've spoken about the enhanced planning authorities granted to post-secondary education under Bill 185, I think.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I think that, I appreciate that. I think that Economic Development Manager of Planning and Economic Development, General Manager, Acting General Manager Stephen Robichaud, when they look at this and we send it to them for appropriate action, I would assume, and maybe that's just an assumption, that the appropriate action is that they look at the letter and determine whether or not council needs a report back on exactly what you've raised. And so with that in mind in this conversation, I'm looking over to the staff, and I think that they're prepared to do exactly what their job is, and
Okay, thank you.
trust them on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor's question, yes. On the first page of the letter, the province is clarifying that it has to relate to an undertaking of a post-secondary institution must be for the objects of the institution. So essentially, it would be, as in a layman's perspective, building on the campus would be exempt from the requirements from either zoning or site plan approval. The scenario, the concern that I had previously indicated was where they had lands that were owned by the university, but as an asset, as opposed to being for advancing the university's primary goals or the college's goals as an educational institution, where they would then, put up a large, retail store or some other land use on those, or residential uses in the middle of an industrial business park as a revenue tool. That would not be what would be contemplated under the exemptions provided by the province. There was some clarification recently, a situation involving the City of Guelph and the University of Guelph, where they had a tenant was claiming an exemption, but the university and the city made it very clear that they were not subject to the legislative exemption. So now with this sort of the passage of time, some other examples in other jurisdictions, this letter provides the clarification that city staff were seeking and requesting that the province provide. Thank you.
Perfect. Satisfied with the response, Councillor Wilson, or something further?
I'll take my direct questions offline, Mayor. As you can appreciate, the authorities granted to post-secondary institutions with respect to the building of garages, residences, and the like is of significant interest to the residents of Ward 1, and I would think Ward 8 and in and around Stony Creek. So I'll just pursue it and take any appropriate further action as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated. We're going to continue on the correspondence items. Any further discussion on correspondence or changes in direction in terms of the correspondence? Seeing none, I'm just going to quickly note that we got a response from the Ombudsman of Ontario respecting a closed meeting complaint about selection committee for agencies, board and subcommittees on October 24th, as well as one on the city manager process. So I think that's important for members to note. We are then on to, we have to do the vote then on the communications items. It's moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you very much. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Let's see. We are now going to move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Danko, may I please have that motion to move into Committee of the Whole?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Pauls, that Council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Thanks very much. Can we have that vote up, please? That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. So we're on to item 6, the Public Works Committee Report 24-016, November 18th, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Good morning, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Narinder Nan, that the Public Works Committee Report 24-016, being the meeting held on Monday, November 18th, 2024, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Don't see any speakers on this report. Seeing none, then we'll go straight to the vote. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to 6.2, Planning Committee Report 24-017, November 19th, 2024. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee report?
Of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by First Vice Chair Councillor Maureen Wilson, that Planning Committee Report 24-017, being the meeting held on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. We have a speakers list starting. So Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Good morning. Just on item 3, and I'm not on planning committee, so I just need clarification through you. City of Hamilton's response to the proposed regulation under Planning Act to facilitate creation of additional residential units. Through you to Acting GM Robichaud, is this about providing more opportunities in our municipality for increased number of triplexes and fourplexes? Through you, Mayor Horvath, if the Acting GM could clarify for me.
Absolutely.
Acting Madam Mayor, to the councillor. These proposed, actually the province has issued the regulation to give effect to these proposed changes. They primarily affect detached accessory dwelling units. The regulations that the province has put in place override local zoning in terms of angular plane, lot coverage, the use of a floor space index, and separation distance between the primary dwelling and the ADU. Based on a review with our current zoning regulations for detached accessory dwelling units, we did not put in place an angular plane or a lot coverage regulation, so some of these changes do not apply or do not affect our current zoning. The only possible area where there may be a conflict is that the province, as municipalities across Ontario, can no longer use a floor space index when regulating ADUs. As you may recall, there was discussion at committee and council around how big could an ADU be relative to the principal dwelling. And we put in place, by virtue of the word accessory, it should be smaller. So we will have to take back to determine if it has any implications on our regulations as they relate to the size of a detached ADU compared to the principal dwelling. What the regulations would effectively allow would be for 2 single-family homes to be constructed on one lot, with the second home being deemed to be an ADU if you cannot regulate the floor space index or the size of that ADU. So we will be going back and reviewing our zoning regulations to make sure that it meets the intent. However, there is nothing in the regulations that would prevent council from restricting the height of the detached ADU. The province is not dealing with that. One of the issues we've had with the province is essentially, I would use the analogy, is they are giving a detention to the entire class for 1 or 2 students who are acting up. Our regulations have been put in place to facilitate ADUs to be constructed. They are representing about 25% of our housing starts this year are in the form of conversions, whether they be attached or detached. As our comments back to the province, we felt this was a bit of a regulatory overreach because it removes the ability for municipalities to develop a local planning framework to allow ADUs. But in no way would this override the permissions that we put in place as it relates to the maximum number of dwelling units. There is one caveat: the distance separation between the principal dwelling and the main ADU. The province is reducing some of those regulations compared to we are, but the fundamental principle of allowing a detached ADU on a property or adding the number of units that can be created on a property is not being affected by this regulation or does not override our current zoning regulations. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. As always, thanks, Acting GM Robichaud. You always inform and educate me comprehensively. I appreciate that. So it sounds like at this moment in time, it's not a different decision at this time that this body can make. And if you just allow me a touch of latitude, Mayor Horvath, I'm very pleased that in the information section, I see my Ward 8 colleague, Councillor Danko's, put a notice of motion for a future discussion to limit the size of an ADU on the same property of a principal residence. I just raised this today, Mayor Horvath, because I've had some recent horrible experiences with ADUs in my residential neighborhoods and communities that are wanting to welcome additional units and additional rental opportunities. And what you get is these out-of-town developers, landlords that come in and build something so out of character with the existing neighborhood that causes backlashes. So I'll be watching this issue on triplexes and fourplexes even more closely going forward. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 4, I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation to staff for listening to the feedback from our neighbors who rent and taking into consideration the essential stakeholders of this program and policy in developing the rent gap compensation rate. The feedback we heard from residents is that we need something that is consistent, predictable, but also is responsive to how the economic situation continues to fluctuate for renters, and as rent rates continue to increase, or should we ever get to an era where they decrease, that those rates need to be responsive to that. So really appreciating the diligence on the part of staff and bringing back a really quick turnaround report to enable consistency in this program, as well as the renovation license relocation bylaw as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers on the report, so we could then go to a vote, please. Not coming up. That carries 15-0. Thanks so much. We're on to 6.3, General Issues Committee Report 24-019, November 20th, 2024. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that General Issues Committee Report 24-019, being the meeting held on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024, be received, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you very much. I don't see any speakers. Councillor Jackson's on my screen. Okay. I think I said scream instead of screen. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Either way, I'm fine. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just either item 1 and item 15, just a couple of general comments. So,
can you take item 1 and then see if anybody else has anything, and then
perfect.
We'll go to 15?
So thank you, Mayor Horvath. So housing sustainability and investment roadmap. Great presentation by Director Justin Lewis and a fabulous team of 7-8 directors that for about 2-3 hours gave an extremely exhausting, comprehensive report on the status of what is currently before us and what is moving forward. I just want to offer one comment, and I'll continue to repeatedly offer this comment, and I'm sorry if it's ad nauseum to some members of council. The sooner we rescind the encampment protocol, the faster in totality, in my humble opinion, this body will get buy-in across this community from everyday families and neighborhoods, and in light of what they're still experiencing without rescinding the encampment protocol. All this wonderful work, multi-millions going forward, and you're going to continue, in my opinion, and what I'm seeing, reading, the feedback I'm getting from neighborhoods and families, you're going to continue to get backlash, opposition, and challenging of the money spent if we someday soon don't rescind the encampment protocol. That's my item 1 comment. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any further speakers on that item, but I wouldn't mind putting the chair over to Councillor Danko really briefly just to say, thank you so much. Just to say that that was a very fulsome presentation. And we also had delegations, if you recall, prior to that, of the partners in the community that are doing so much hard work, both private sector and public sector, to provide housing for Hamiltonians across the housing continuum. I think it's important to note that. Also, we had a couple of, we had the demonstration of the Roxborough project where we had a representative come, David Harwood, to speak about that, identifying that there were some glitches. A couple of us have actually toured the site. I encourage people to do so. It's quite a unique solution and very cutting edge. There's been some issues around the CIP, apparently. Staff are very aware. So I wanted to make sure council members know that I've asked staff, several of us have, to look at that CIP issue. The city manager is very well aware of it. But thought it was important to make sure we identify just the numbers of partnerships that we need to be successful here in housing people in the city of Hamilton. So thanks very much for that. Councillor Danko, I'll take back the chair. Okay, so then is there any further discussion on that first item? Councillor Pauls.
Yes, as Councillor Jackson was speaking and you were speaking, I agreed that we've done great work for our housing, but I think the public does not relate that with the encampment. So as I say again, even this morning, I've got a disturbing email. What's happening. So I think we better communicate all the housing we're doing and communicate that how it relates to encampment outside. And I think until we do that, I think we're not really moving forward. We really need to communicate better what's happening because the encampments are growing and we're providing housing. So that doesn't relate, like people are confused. So that's all I want to say. We really need to be clear what type of housing we're doing, who we're helping. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
And what we need to continue to do that work, right, from the other orders of government. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't mean to editorialize on your comments. Speaking of, I know there was an excellent article that was in The Spectator recently on exactly that matter from Tevye Morrow, who outlined some of the amazing projects that are happening, but it's not enough. I think we all agree. It's not enough, not enough yet. So thank you for that, Councillor Pauls. Any further on, Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you. And echoing a little bit of my comments from General Issues Committee last week, but just really wanted to give deep appreciation to staff. You know, we just created the Housing Secretariat. We approved the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap. This work has been only happening not even for 2 years, Mayor. And I appreciate that you know, folks are going to bring some scrutiny to the work that City Council and subsequently the City of Hamilton is doing around housing. But I also just want to say congratulations and thank you, because fundamentally at the end of the day, we know that there's other municipalities who are looking very closely at our roadmap and our strategy. We have the provincial government who is entering into conversations in a way that they hadn't been 2 years ago and even a year ago. And we have a federal government who is eager to see how they can partner with our housing sector, not-for-profit housing sector, in terms of landing the thousands of affordable housing units that are project ready. And the affordable housing project stream and the work that's going in there and being done in such a collaborative nature with our sector is a true demonstration of a whole of Hamilton approach. And as much as there are concerns in our community about the way in which housing and the crisis around affordability and the crisis around homelessness continues to grow, and Mayor, you and I and many of my colleagues have this conversation often, the problem is going to continue to get worse until we get better. And the reason the problem is going to continue to get worse is not of our doing. It is the result of 30 years of underinvestment by the federal government into the housing sector. It is the result of failed policies on a provincial level as it relates to investment into mental health as well as general health, lack of adequate scaling up of income supports as it relates to OW, ODSP, and on I can go. And I think it's really important that this council and this horseshoe continue to express where this problem came from. Oh yeah, I forgot the third factor is the commodification of housing and the aggressive pursuit of wealth generation on the backs of real estate. When you've got these compounding factors that are operating for 3 decades, you can't help but see the fallout in our communities. And I'm going to continue saying over and over again that this humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in our community requires a very strategic, coordinated response by 3 levels of government. This level of government is doing everything we possibly can at rates that are going to become unsustainable on the backs of property taxes. What we need is a transformation of a municipal framework in terms of investments, both from the provincial government and the federal government. People have been saying this for decades back to the province and to the feds, and until they're able to partner with us in solving the investment that's actually needed to make sure our communities are safe for everyone, to make sure that we are actually solving homelessness, this problem is going to continue to grow and magnify. And we have an obligation to keep that conversation alive, clear, and understood for the residents of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. I see Councillor Jackson on the line, on the list, but I suspect that's for the other item. Okay, so nothing further on this item. We'll go then. Thank you very much. We'll go back to Councillor Jackson for. I'm sorry, I can't remember which item you identified.
Item 15, Mayor
15,
Horvath, please.
Go ahead. Yep.
Just a couple of comments. Ensuring public safety and the preservation of Hamilton's built environment. Again, want to publicly commend you and congratulate you for this initiative to do a deep dive into our entire inventory of both public and more on the private side of buildings and the historic and longevity of buildings that potentially are at risk. I also, though, want to, without being discouraged, by what has very tragically and sadly happened recently with some collapses and 1 or 2 landmarks around the corner that are going to be in front of this body and what to do with them. I really want to congratulate columnist Mark McNeil of the Daily newspaper. He recently wrote a column that talked about 6 or 7 historic buildings, heritage buildings that have successfully been preserved in our community with past council's support and provincial government support. Lister Block comes to mind, the Leuna Station comes to mind, and there were 4 or 5 other, all concentrated in the downtown. Oh, I believe there was one in Ancaster with the historic town hall along Wilson Street in Ancaster. So I guess I just want to shed some positive light, Mayor Horvath, that it hasn't been a total fiasco in terms of older buildings that have been on the verge of neglect and demolition, and that there has been some success stories, but we need many, many more success stories. And again, I'm very supportive of your initiative here before us today. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are on to 6.4 Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-021, November 21st, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Mike Spadafora, that Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-021, being the meeting held on Thursday, November 21st, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. I am going to ask to have Councillor Danko take the floor, or take the chair rather, so that I can take the floor to introduce some amendments to the report. So thanks very much, Councillor Danko.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I have a motion to lift item F14, respecting the Volunteer Advisory Committee review, CM 23025. Do you have that language? Do you want to read that out yourself as the chair?
I believe it's your motion, but it's to
No, it's just the roadmap part of it, but that's fine. I'm happy to do it myself. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to be lifting, this is a lifting of an item from regarding the Volunteer Advisory Committee review, which was citywide, from the information section of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report, and add it as item 1A of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report. So that's the motion I would like to introduce. Councillor Kretsch is my seconder on that one. And it's in front of you. I tried to get it out this morning. But first and foremost is the technical piece, which is the lifting. So so that's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you. So this is item 4, that report CM 23025A as amended be referred to staff for a report back to the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee in Q1 2025.
Sorry, Chair. We're just lifting it out first so that can be dealt with at this point.
I'm just making sure that everyone is aware of that's the item that was defeated. So this was defeated at committee, so lifting it will put it back on the table for consideration by council as a whole. So it was that report be referred back to staff for a report back in Q1 2025 on options for future options for the volunteer advisory committees. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor or opposed? That carries 14-1. Mayor, go ahead. Put your motion on the floor.
Okay, so I'm just looking to clerks now to determine which exact motion I'm putting on the floor. We've lifted it. We've lifted the report, right? And now I'm putting the item for consideration on the floor. That's the motion. It's not the actual referral yet. It's just we've lifted. It's a 3-step process. Sorry, folks. It's a bit confusing. But so this is actually putting this item on the floor for discussion. That's all this motion is.
So we have item 4 is now current AFNA item.
So it's now been lifted and is now on the floor for discussion as 1A. So 1A and B are now together and available for discussion, amendment, referral, any of the above.
Okay.
Thank you. So opening the floor for discussion on AFNA item 1A and 1B. 1A being, hang on, I've got to go back to the top. 1A being the lifted item, and 1B, that staff report back with a plan to disband the listed advisory committees. So any discussion on the items on the floor before you?
And so thank you. I put my name on the list. What I'd like to do is actually, so I want to say first of all, thank you to the committee for wrestling with this very difficult issue. I circulated the motion this morning, and I'm going to read it out. Whereas Mayor and Council recognize the importance of robust and inclusive. Sorry.
We're still on 1A and 1B, not on further direction, or is this an amending motion to 1A and 1B?
It's an amending motion.
Okay. So if there's first discussion on 1A, 1B, then we'll go to an amending motion.
Up to you, Chair. You could deal with the amending motion. It would still then be on the floor for discussion after the amending motion. It would then also be open to be referred as amended.
Right. So I didn't see any speakers before Mayor Horvath put her name on the speakers list. It's within the rules of order to put the amending motion on the floor. So, sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
That's okay, I appreciate it. It's a bit confusing. So whereas Mayor, so it's moved by myself, sorry, and seconded by Councillor Kretsch, whereas Mayor and Council recognize the importance of robust and inclusive civic engagement models that ensure resident voices are directly heard and considered in city decision-making processes. Therefore, be it resolved that item 1A, respecting the Volunteer Advisory Committee review CM 23025A citywide outstanding business list item 8.1 be amended to read as follows, that report CM 23025A as amended be referred back to staff for report back to the General Issues Committee no later than February 2025 with a new civic engagement model based on municipal best practices that are resident-led and staff-facilitated, and provide a clear and transparent mechanism for community liaison groups, recommendations to come directly to Council and its committees, and II, that item 1B of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-021, respecting Volunteer Advisory Committee Review CM 23025A Citywide Outstanding Business List 8.1, be amended as follows. That staff report back to the General Issues Committee no later than February 2025 with alternatives to the disbanding of the following 4 advisory committees, as the recommended community roundtables noted in the report may not necessarily include the voices of residents. The Committee Against Racism, the Food Advisory Committee, Immigrants and Refugees Advisory Committee, and Mondialization Advisory Committee. And if I can speak very briefly to it, I understand that there was quite a lot of angst at the meeting about how do we make sure we continue to have the voices of residents while at the same time providing some renewal to our advisory committee processes so that we are able to have the best of both worlds. In other words, advisory committees that are engaged, that are well attended, that are I shouldn't say advisory committees, I should say voices of community that are able to feed into our decision-making process, while at the same time addressing some of the challenges that our advisory committees are currently facing. So what this motion does is just specify some of the things we're hoping to look at. The other piece was I was quite concerned about the disbandment, or whatever you want to call it, disbandment of 4 particular committees that appear to be, advisory committees that appear to be sent to community-based organizations that don't necessarily have everyday voices at them in terms of the voice of community. Great organizations, don't get me wrong, but if what we're looking for is community input and a direct pipeline to council or to the decisions that are made by committee and then council, just disbanding a committee and sending it to an organization that doesn't have that function is problematic in my estimation. And so that's why I got involved in this one, and seek your support. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So I think we're going to deal with this in 2 steps. We're going to deal with the amendment to A first, and then we're going to deal with B second, because I think the direction that's being proposed, the alternatives to disbanding the Committee Against Racism, the Food Advisory Committee, the Immigrants and Refugee Advisory Committee, and the Mondialization Advisory Committee, that's contrary to the direction that was approved by committee. So if we can deal with A first, the amendment to A, vote on A, and then vote on the original B. If it is approved, then it stands. If it fails, then there'll be a contrary motion. Does that?
I look to the clerks. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we're just, Chair, going to throw it up on the screen just so that we can actually see the actual wording of it all. There were a couple of different things listed in there, including the referral itself, so I just want to make sure that we all have it straight in terms of procedure as to what's discussable and what is not. For a second. So, Chair, B is not contrary because what it is asking for a revised report that includes those alternatives. So it wouldn't necessarily be saying rewrite it to read as such. It would be provide it with these additional alternatives as recommendations. So it wouldn't be contrary. What I'd recommend is that first you deal with B and any discussion associated with those directions. So essentially that staff report back to GIC no later than February 2025 with alternatives. So again, this would be in addition to that report, the alternative section, what are the other options and what can that look like? And adding that to the direction to staff. Presuming that's good, you can have that motion and then you can deal with the referral essentially of the whole thing back to staff for that report back. Is that clear?
Okay, so we're going to deal with B first. I'm just going to say on the record that I disagree that the committee did vote that staff report back with a plan to disband. I'm speaking as chair to the clerk. The committee did vote to disband, so that action was voted on by the committee to disband. No, that was what is in the report. That is what is in the minutes. That was approved. That is what is before council. What failed was A, which was a report back.
So while the wording is not in there, Chair, I would suggest that this is still not contrary because the report would come back, and my assumption on this is that the staff recommendation wouldn't necessarily change, that it still be that they be disbanded, but that alternatives also be provided with that recommendation on what not disbanding would look like. So I would argue that, or suggest, sorry, that it's not contrary, it's sort of in addition to what's already been approved. So what I recommend is we deal with the amendment of B, have a vote on that, and then the approval of the referral of A.
Okay. So with that, I'll defer to the recommendations from the clerk. So you have before you B, the proposed amendment to B. We'll discuss that, vote on that first, and then further discussion on A. So B, that staff report back to the General Issues Committee no later than February 2025 with alternatives to disbanding the following 4 advisory committees. Opening the floor for discussion on B. Have Councillor Jackson followed by Councillor Wang, Wilson, and Maureen Wilson. Councillor Jackson, please.
Deputy Mayor Danko, one quick comment on B. I'm very supportive of the mayor's direction on B, but then I reserve the right to go back on so I can provide more comments when we get to A. So I'm supportive of B at this time. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Danko.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit concerned with it going back to general issues because at AFA, we only have a small amount of people, so the majority of council did not hear the actual presentation that was given at AFA. So I was just wondering, will these report backs to general issues, will that also include a presentation? Because the presentation was very fulsome. It answered a significant amount of questions that I think that would be helpful for whole of committee to make a more informed decision. So I'm just wondering, and I don't know if that should go to the mover or if that's a question for clerks.
Through you, Chair, I'd suggest that that's reasonable and likely what staff would be doing anyway as part of the process of bringing it back, at minimum being available to fully answer questions of the report, but likely a revised presentation on what the alternatives are so that council has an opportunity to fully understand them and ask those questions.
Okay. Thank you. Chair, if I still have a little bit of time. For members of council today, the presentation at AFA was very, very fulsome and comprehensive. There was a significant amount of work that was done. The material that was presented was professional. It was detailed, and it was incredibly educational as to how it connected with best practices from other municipalities. So if you have an opportunity to look at the reports in its first original format, just to help you guide your decision making when it comes back, potentially when it comes back, if this passes in February, I think you'll see the reasons why staff made those first recommendations to begin with. And it's something that I hope that we will keep an open mind as to the amount of professionalism and rigor that was put towards the original set of recommendations that were given today at that time. So that's speaking to both A and B. Chair, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to give those as overall comments and encourage council to really see some of the original work that was done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Sorry, I just have another procedural question for the clerk and I to discuss. So this is a recommendation from AFNA that's come to council, and we're changing the report back. There was a report back, but that would have been to AFNA. So now it's a report back to GIC. So I believe that would then be a referral to a different committee.
So the wording that was passed was not specific, Chair. It just said report back.
Okay, we'll go with that.
I think we're comfortable with it as is.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson and Mayor Horvath. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
This is from earlier, but I'll just be very quick. As the mover of the amendment, this is definitely in line. This is not the original B that was in the report. It was amended in committee to, instead of disbanding, ask for a report back on what that was going to look like. This further adds information into that report back. So I think this is a better version of the amendment I moved at committee, and just want to say thank you very much. Certainly feel like this is in line with the direction that we are trying to get to in committee. Supportive of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I would just respectfully like to take off from where Councillor Wang left off. First of all, I think to be respectful to the work that went into the report, which was exhaustive, and the presentation, which was outstanding, it was rooted in best practices. And it clearly showed on all indicators that our existing advisory structure was not working. And most importantly, it was not working according to the voices who have participated in it. So it also spoke respectfully to the history of advisory work in this community, where some of these committees were formed far in advance of what has since taken off in this community and blossomed and is doing great work. I've sat on 2 advisory committees last term of council. I won't isolate the one that I have, but it often, in its deliberations, would reference the minutes and the work of one of these outside agencies, which to me spoke to not that we didn't value them, but that the issue had matured to such a way that it was deemed to be significant and important that it was taken over by something. And in this case, I'm talking about HIPSI. So I'm glad if this passes, it will be referred to GIC, because the work that has been done on this review has been extensive. I guess that's just all I'm going to say about that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Horvath, I'm going to put myself on the speakers list. Mayor Horvath, please.
Do you want to go before me as a first-time speaker? I'm a second-time speaker.
Okay, yes. Councillor Pauls, if you could take the chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, the staff recommendation was to disband these 4 advisory committees? Yes.
Through the chair, Jessica Chase, I'm the acting director of communications and engagement. Yes, the original recommendation was to disband the 4 committees that are listed there. The other committees, it was recommended move to community liaison groups to better align with departmental work plans.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I'm perfectly fine with the staff recommendation. My experience serving on the advisory committees last term, and I don't want to single them out, but to be completely honest, the work that they did as an advisory committee, I don't want to say it wasn't important, but it didn't meet the purpose of what I think we have in mind for the advisory committees, because what has happened, in just my observation, is that there are a number of exterior or third-party organizations, advocacy groups, community groups, et cetera, that have basically taken over the role of the advisory committees, and that's where we're seeing advocacy from the community. And frankly, the advisory committees have basically are no longer a functional or relevant place for that kind of advocacy to come forward, because it's coming forward from those other areas. And we've even seen this with groups break off from an advisory committee to form their own advocacy organization outside of the advisory committee structure. So I'm perfectly fine with the staff recommendation. I don't see a purpose of bringing this back and having this discussion again. I'll be voting opposed to the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you want to take the chair back?
Yes,
thank
chair
you.
back, and then Mayor Horvath, second time, please.
Thanks very much. I want to say that I'm concerned that there's a suggestion that I don't respect the report that came forward or all the work that went into it. I do. But what I also hear in the community, and this is why I have a task force underway right now, is that there are issues around how to access the council and decision-making processes by all kinds of different diverse voices. And so if the advisory committee doesn't work as a venue to hear the voices of citizens of the City of Hamilton, then the response isn't to throw out the baby with the bathwater and say, well, we don't want those voices. I think that's actually really dangerous and troubling for me. When I look at the committees that are just going to be disbanded, I have to think in different terms. And that's what I'm worried about, to be frank. And so when I thought about this, when my staff and I worked on it with some of the other folks, one of the things that became really clear is that that although the advisory committee function might not work, and so in many other cases they're going to community liaison groups, the reason it's worded the way it is, item B, is because the suggestion was that the concerns that folks regarding anti-racism at a time when racism is growing and hate is growing in our community, or Immigrants and Refugees Advisory Committee, they're not going to organizations that have community voice. So there has to be some way to not throw out the baby with the bathwater and find a way forward that enables voices to inform our city, our council and our committees. The Immigrant and Refugee Advisory Committee, for example, it's being disbanded, and the information we're expecting to receive back would come through HIPSI, perhaps. But HIPSI isn't a grassroots organization. It's not Everyday Voices. Wonderful organization, don't get me wrong. Great work. They do fantastic work. But they're a committee of agencies, not of voices of people. And so I think when we hear from community that there's access issues, that there's accountability issues, there are these kind of issues, and then we simply disband committees without taking the advisory committees, without taking the time to be thoughtful about what that says in terms of optics, but also how can we do better to engage those community voices? And if we can't, we can't. But I just feel very uncomfortable and worried about disbanding these advisory committees without providing some kind of alternative way to have people have the ability to have their voices heard. It was in the report clearly the method for the others was through these community liaison groups, which I support. I think has been identified as being a good method. How we fine tune that, I think, is worth a discussion. But I do want to say in closing that I'm very appreciative of the work that staff has done here, and I don't want it to be assumed that I am not, or that this motion in any way is disrespectful to the hard work of this staff. But we are talking about some really important pieces here, and I think we need to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. One further speaker, Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but I have a passionate interest in seeking and listening to groups for advice. I often wonder how many great ideas get lost because nobody hears them. That having been said, I'm also sensitive to the work that the words that the mayor is using. So let me ask this question, and that would determine how I vote on this. If we were to move to disband these committees, would that enhance or restrict our ability to talk about racism, food sovereignty issues, immigrants and refugees, which is everyone knows is a really hot topic these days. I was around with when the original muntalizations occurred many years ago. I'm kind of fond of that, but I would hate to think that disbanding this committee might be disbanding any thinking about muntalization. So my question is, would disbanding these committees enhance our ability to deal with the issues that they were previously assigned to give us advice on? I don't know who can answer that.
So just before I go to staff, just another caution that, we are at a council meeting and the staff that were involved in the report to AFNA are not present. So I'll ask staff if they can give their best answer, but it's not going to be fulsome in the way that it would have been at the committee meeting.
Chair, the question is a very simple one. Does this help us or hinder us, I guess is what I'm asking. That's my question.
Through the chair. So I think to answer that, the best way is to talk about the intent of the recommendations. So the intent of the recommendations that were before AFNA was really based on the feedback that we heard from the community, which was that the existing model that we had with citizen advisory committees, for some, was creating barriers to engagement, particularly some of the procedural requirements. And so the intent of what was put before committee was to enhance engagement. The recommendation around disbanding those 4 committees in particular was in an effort to try and eliminate some of what we saw as duplication with some of the existing groups.
So I'm not sure this is an appropriate supplemental or not, but I guess the query I would have is, when there are advisory groups and agency groups and others who are working ideally at best case scenario with a shared sense of purpose, are the ways we can consolidate those efforts so that if there's a problem with the advisory component, that can be fixed. Is that part of what the mayor is? Maybe I have to address this to the mayor because it's her motion. Is that part, Your Worship, of what you're trying to get at?
Yes, this is when I said you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Let's be committed to hearing voices, particularly voices who are being advised to not be heard anymore in this particular situation.
So I think I'm going to support your amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Second time speaker, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I am heeding the words you just offered my colleague that maybe the staff who did the work may not be here to answer, beg your pardon, but I would like to know for B, that staff report back to GIC no later than February with alternatives to the disbanding. May I ask if they are able to comment at this point on how that would be done, other than the consultation that has already taken place? Like, what other work do they see themselves doing to further to enact or further inform this discussion on B? Thank you.
Through the chair. So if it's the will of council for us to report back on an alternative to disbanding, I think one of the first steps was that we would have some additional conversations with those community organizations to identify if there are any areas of duplication, how can we eliminate those? Are there areas for better coordination and collaboration? And are there any gaps that we need to think about addressing? So I would suggest that we start with some conversations with those organizations to be able to inform what some alternatives could be.
So, Chair, just so I'm clear on that, you would be doing in one of the appendices to this report. There's a table to my colleagues, and in the table it lists a committee, an advisory committee we have, and then from the scope and the exploration that was done by staff, it itemizes all the different groups active at present in the community who are doing similar work. So my question, just so I'm clear on Director Chase's response, did you just say that you're going to be engaging all those lists of community actors to get their voice on whether there's duplication and or if there's something missing out? I just want to make sure I understand, because I thought, frankly, Chair, it was already established through the listing and the identification that that's why they concluded that these be eliminated. Through the Chair.
Through the chair. So yes, I think what we would do in terms of next steps to further flesh out some recommendations, we've had initial conversations with them and did identify some duplication, but I think it would warrant some further conversation with those groups to explore their mandates and their membership more thoroughly to identify if there are any alternatives that we could put forward that would include more resident voices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. If I could ask Councillor Pauls to take the chair again.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest an amendment to this amendment because if this is passed as it's written, then we can no longer disband these four advisory committees because we'll be reporting back on alternatives to disbandment, which takes disbanding them off the table. So I'm going to suggest an amended wording that staff report back with their original recommendations and include alternatives to disbandment.
Is that, Mayor, is that?
So I don't think that's a friendly amendment. The whole ball of wax is going to come back, and I think that I think that the report already stands as it was, that was what the staff recommended, period. And so what we're asking is for what I'm asking for is alternatives. I can look to the seconder if he's got a different opinion, or to the clerk, frankly. But my sense is this motion stands as it is.
So do we need to vote on the amendment
So, Chair, I don't think the amendment on the amendment is necessary based on my reading of it, and my understanding is this will not impact staff's recommendation. What will come back is a revised version of this report that includes those alternatives, language about any additional consultation, and what's going forward. So as that report comes back, the original recommendation would stand to disband these committees, but alternatives would be proposed that should council wish to instead move an alternative, council could do so.
Councillor Danko?
That's exactly my intention, but I want to be clear that we're not going to need reconsideration if council then does decide to disband these four committees or advisory committees.
So, as clerk said, I think we do not need an amendment, so it is clear.
Okay.
So, thank you, and I will give you the chair back.
Okay, so then we are going to the vote on the original amendment for B. That staff report back on with alternatives to disbanding these four advisory committees. Everybody clear? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Appreciating the clarity and clear competency of our clerk in clarifying the procedure and what is being sought in this amending motion, truly deeply appreciating it and recognizing that the original report did not have any alternatives for consideration. And it is good practice to just ask for those alternatives inside of the existing report. And that seems very reasonable and procedurally fair. And really appreciating the amendment in order to satisfy all of committee and council in order to find a path forward to make sure that resident voices are well integrated and heard and informing considerations by this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no further speakers, the amendment was moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. All in favor or opposed? On B only. That carries 14-1. Moving on to A, which was the item that was lifted and then amended. So could we get that on the screen? Because I don't remember what it was. So A, that the report as amended be referred back to GIC no later than... Okay. So we have the recommendation as amended, again moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by Councillor Kretsch on the speakers list. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Danko. Little did I realize last year when I reluctantly supported some of my colleagues to go in a direction with this new term of council to review all the advisory committees, the volunteer committees. I never thought we'd be potentially at this point today with the recommendations that came out of AFNA. And again, not being on that committee to attend the presentation. So I apologize to colleagues on that committee that I didn't hear the fulsomeness of that presentation. But I remember last year, I fought to ensure at least the seniors committee and the veterans committee would at least stay in place. And fortunately, that was part of the condition. Colleagues, I think it was unanimous to retain those two committees and all the great volunteer work and recommendations they bring forward with appointees from council, which I'm honored to be on with the seniors, but do a review about the comprehensiveness, the extended nature of the multitude of other advisory committees, which for me in the past, that is civic engagement in its paramountness of people wanting to apply, be part of civic engagement, and know they have the ability to report up to council, their elected body, which is absolutely supreme at all times. Love us or hate us, at the end of the day, council is supreme. And I have always found with these advisory committees that those engaged, those appointed, take their volunteer roles very, very seriously. And again, I haven't sat on all of them at all. And if there are ones where there's been lapses in time where they haven't met for quite a while, minutes have not been forthcoming, okay, let's work on those. Maybe there's some opportunities to amalgamate and merge some of the ones that might have similar terms of references. I'm all for looking at that, and I would keep an open mind to that. But when I look, to me, the interpretation of all of these from AF and A is to take what is in place and embed it into a department, into the bureaucracy. And to me, that's taking the entire decision-making from council through selection that has done appointments in the past. Citizens have applied eagerly to serve, are absolutely delighted when they are one of the chosen ones to be on that particular committee of interest to them. And on top of everything, the assurances I had from last year, I'm going to be a little more reluctant in the future. Here we are with V, replace the Veterans Committee overseeing planning and delivery of military remembrance, approved budget, let it go into the department. Replace in X the Seniors Advisory Committee to organize the Senior of the Year Awards and provide credible communication vehicle instead within the division. Little did I ever think that that was going to be an ultimate direction we were going to go in. All right, so there are partners in this community that do similar work. Can't they be a further resource to these volunteers that want to serve on these committees, that report up through standing committees and council where they think they can make a difference? I honestly, I felt when I read this, it was so wrong. And Mayor Horvath, I can't thank you enough for what you've brought forward. Take it under advisement. And let's have another look at this with the hope that those advisory subcommittees of council that are doing good work and don't have to feel under a threat that they may no longer exist because, well, we're going to put you in the department and the department will start a new working group and the department and the working group will work together. Well, I enjoy recommendations that come out of the advisory committees through standing committees and council, and I think there's got to be an opportunity to retain that going forward and not discourage civic engagement. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. On our speakers list, Councillor Kretsch, followed by Mayor Horvath. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks, and appreciate working with the mayor on this. And this is similar to the conversation we had at AFNA. Frankly, Councillor Jackson, you said many of the things I said at AFNA just now. And so want to just echo that the important parts here are that staff can continue to coordinate these CLGs and the community can continue to lead them and have a real clear path to making recommendations to council and any of its committees. When I sat as a chair of an advisory committee in the last term of council, one of the things I heard from most of the folks that I spoke to, and we had a thing where we brought all the advisory committees together, we had a whole conference kind of thing where we discussed what the issues were, and the number one thing I heard was that layer of bureaucracy was causing people problems. And so I get why we want to make this easier and better, and that's what I think the staff's recommendation is. But we have to find a way to also center the ability for citizens to lead, citizens to call meetings and chair meetings, and recommendations to easily get to committees and council. That was the problem before, is that there was this kind of steeplechase. They go through all these different sections and eventually it would get here, but sometimes it would be 3, 6, 9, 12 months after the recommendation was made and it lost that currency, lost us the ability to act. So I think this amendment will solve that problem and still allow us to go down the road that staff wants to go with CLGs. And the only reason I think it needed to be there is just because in the original staff report, it wasn't super clear what the path forward was going to be. This makes that really clear, and I think provides direction to ensure that citizens continue to be involved and have their voices heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Horvath, please.
So I'm not going to belabor the point either. I appreciate the words of my colleagues around the table around making sure that the people of this city have a voice. And, you know, maybe it's because I come from a history of community development work, but, you know, people deserve to have a voice in their local government. It's one of the it's the only level of government, order of government, where there is that opportunity in the way that we operate. And I think that preserving that opportunity, even if we have to change it in some ways, is really, really important. And so I'm going to, obviously, as mover, I'm supportive, and I'm hoping that people around the table can find a way to take the great work that's already been done and make sure that it actually results in a way to keep the voice of members of this community able to have a pipeline to committee and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Not seeing any further speakers, so the direction is before you. Moved and seconded. All in favor or opposed? That carries 14-1. With that, I believe my duties on this are over. I will hand the chair back to Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, and appreciate the work, Councillor Danko, that we just put you through. You did a stellar job. So we're on to the balance of the report, if I'm not mistaken. So are there any questions or comments on the balance of the report? Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Through you to City Clerk Trenum. Item 7, Governance Review Subcommittee, the B part, and I read the report. So just to be crystal clear, is this about reducing the number of council meetings during the course of the year? Folks, as City Clerk Trenum is preparing hopefully to answer my question, you know that our endurance bylaw 530 has been challenged a number of times. So my worry is that we're reducing the number of meetings, and aren't we adding more to the lesser meetings that are left, which may further impact and challenge the endurance bylaw? I hope you get the gist of what I'm asking. Through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
Clerk Trenum, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. It would reduce the number of cycles by 4 cycles. What is not included in this is everything that staff are doing to try and support that. It's a lot of the work that goes into getting information on a council agenda and to council is sort of done in the background with staff in terms of clerk's internal deadlines, timelines, how reports are managed, including the functionality of the approval process, which right now is not as strong as perhaps it could be from a technological basis. We're doing a lot of work on that end to correct a lot of those measures that would speed things up, that would require timelines, including the requirement that if a timeline is blown, so a report is not ready in time for an agenda, it's going to be automatically deferred to another cycle to ensure that council are not receiving late items, and strengthening our clerks' function in agenda management, so ensuring that agendas are managed in an appropriate way that are not too long. And when certain items arise that require a great deal of discussion, so as an example, the encampment protocol report that came back a couple of months ago, we saw a dozen or so delegations, we saw a staff presentation, we saw probably 2 to 3 hours just on that item. The recommendation would not to be include something that would be so important to the public discussion on a regular agenda, but rather to call a special meeting just for that item so that it is shorter, it is direct, and it is a single item. My estimation based on what I've seen, we might have 3 to 4 specials called within a year to manage those specific items. So yes, it does shorten it. However, again, what's not part of this is the fact that we are looking at other internal measures to correct a lot of that and to look at agenda management.
City Clerk Trenum, I appreciate your professional response to me, and it seems like there's a chock full of good stuff there in the direction you want to take us. Again, though, so what you're suggesting is, and let's stay with the example you provided, which has been a disproportionate amount of time, Mayor Horvath, we've spent on the encampment protocol on housing, period. Are you then suggesting, not putting words in your mouth, are you then suggesting if we approve what's here before us, that let's have an all-day special GIC meeting where a host of delegates can come in just on that one issue through you, Mayor Horvath, or did I misinterpret?
Clerk Chang?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I'm not suggesting that that would always happen. I'm suggesting that is an option that we should be exploring now for agenda management, even with the current schedule. And whether the schedule changes or not, that's what clerks will be looking to do, is to identify those larger issues that require a lot of public delegations, that will require a great deal of debate from council. Those should be separated out and have separate special meetings to manage that particular issue.
Okay, City Clerk Trenum, I'm not going to belabor. I think I'll just vote against this direction, Mayor Horvath. I'm just a doubting Thomas. Sorry for the biblical reference. I'm just a doubting Thomas on this one. My worry is that additional items that were spread out over more meetings will now be compacted within the lesser number of meetings that could elongate the lesser number of meetings left. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kretsch, please.
I just wanted to speak to what Councillor Jackson had raised. One of the things I think that's really important about this intervention is finally getting into a regularized cycle of council meetings. And so you'd have standing committee meetings would happen in week number 1, council meetings happen in week number 2, and then boards, agencies, subcommittees, all those other things happen in week number 3, and it repeats. Right now, the sandwich effect is in effect. We have standing committee meetings, council, standing committee meetings, council, and it creates an untenable situation where you end up with things like, for instance, sometimes there's a Monday meeting of Public Works and or the former Public Health Standing Committee, and then we're getting stuff on a Thursday for that Monday. So that gives the public and us, frankly, a very short window. What this does actually is sets everything to a weekly schedule. So that means that if the Planning Committee meeting is on next Tuesday, a week prior, on that Tuesday, information is released. So that's some of what I think the clerk is talking about in terms of the behind-the-scenes conversation. And we've had some of this chat at AFNA. And so the idea of this is, or Governance Review Subcommittee, I should say, and then probably AFNA. But the point is, the goal is to try and provide more information to us in a timely manner and also to the public. And then if there's a giant issue that comes up and we need to discuss, then you call a meeting for that specific issue. Because one thing that happens to delegates a lot is there'll be 6 items for delegation on the agenda. One is huge, and maybe there's 13, 14 delegates. The one after that issue is maybe smaller with 1 or 2 delegates. Those folks wait 8, 9 hours here for us to go through all that stuff just to then say, I'm really happy that we're a bird-friendly city. Like, that's not the way we want to encourage public participation. So I think all the interventions the clerk has proposed are just excellent and are going to move us in a really positive direction to make everything here more efficient. I'm just extremely grateful for that.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. One of the key reasons I supported the recommendations during Governance Subcommittee is that I sit on a lot of subcommittees, proudly, and as well as serve as chair for several of them, as well as our boards. And frankly, it's been a scheduling nightmare sometimes to try and ensure that there is adequate amount of time for the preparation, for staff to prepare the reports for the subcommittees, that they're also responsible for putting together reports for standing committees. The pressure point around trying to squeeze in quorum issues, etc., other things that have been a structural challenge for this council for several terms, I think gets addressed with some of the recommendations that the clerk brought forward in this report. And I really appreciate it because, as you know, when we're trying to do due diligence in our subcommittee work, the fact that we've taken so much of council business into a structure that enables adequate time for deliberation, adequate time for residents and citizens to come to delegate at subcommittees, adequate time for us to unpack some of the really important work that subcommittees are doing, it often gets squeezed. It gets squeezed from a timeline perspective and also gets squeezed in our calendars. And it's been regrettable that we've had quorum issues at some of those subcommittees because there is a pressure point between, are you going to attend a stakeholder shareholder meeting? Are you going to attend a standing committee? Or are you going to chair your subcommittee that you're the chair of? And so what I appreciate about this is that it's not simply about reducing the number of meetings that council is having. It is not simply about reducing the number of standing committees council has. This is not about reducing the workload of councillors. It's about enabling us to do a better job. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate the comments that have been made by my colleagues around the horseshoe, and I want to offer maybe some alterations in terms of thinking on this matter. I for some time now, and I shared this privately with many of you, believe that there are times when we're really not structural functionally able to tackle issues of importance with the kind of depth of understanding that we need to have to explore options and creatively move forward. We tend, more often than not, to be limited to responding to a staff report, for example, rather than, I think of all the times we've created a crisis on an issue, food, sovereignty, poverty, basic income, homelessness, mental health, gender violence. And somebody said to me out in my constituency, and I don't share it because I believe he was correct. He said, I think I get the strategy. You declare it as something, a crisis, and then you don't talk about it anymore, right? Well, we do talk about it, but with limitations. And I think part of the problem we sometimes have structural functionally, again, is that we're hardwired, I think, as human beings to be suspicious of a lot of stuff that goes on, including the words that may come out of the mouth of any one of us. And because of that, we used to kid at Queen's Park. Your Worship, you may remember this. Someone gets up and speaks, nobody listens, and everybody gets up and disagrees. Right? You know, so we don't often take anywhere near as much time as we need to explore in more depth, to listen to each other, to hear each other's stories, maybe even occasionally to share one another's dreams. And I wonder what impact we might have on, say, gender-based violence if we took 3 hours one day and focused in on that and looked at things that are happening in other parts of the country, other municipalities, in our own community, some select input from citizens, some then discussions that maybe aren't limited to 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Maybe some issues deserve a little bit more intensity than that. So I just throw that out. And I confess it's been one of some who's come from a different world politically. It's been one of the frustrations that has been the structural functional limitations of the horseshoe itself. And so I offer that up, hoping that I don't get dumped on for offering it up. That's my comment. Thanks. So I like the report, the idea of special occasional meetings. Councillor Kretsch, I think, has touched on it. You know, you get 63 delegations on something, and you got some people saying, the 23rd delegate, I agree with everything the woman in the purple dress said 3 hours ago, right? I think we need to have time for that, but we also need time to talk to each other about where the heck we're going.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just wanted to say thanks to staff for this report. Really see the engagement work. I know a lot of the problems that have been flagged, kind of discussed at governance. Like, I really do think this is a pretty dramatic shift to some of the problems that have been flagged or some of us have maybe been noticing could be improved upon. And I also just want to say this was a lot of work to bring this in advance of 2025, and just really want to appreciate that ability to us to start and not have to kind of put this off to 2026, but be ability to work towards this. Certainly happy to give this a go. I'm sure we'll have continuous improvement conversations no matter what system we're in. I think this is a really big step forward for engaging with the public, balancing our time between our constituencies and our time at City Hall in this big amalgamated city. And I really think the predictability this offers only allows us to be more transparent with that communication with residents. I'm in committees all week this week, but I can call you next week. And that type of ability to communicate or things like that, huge. So really appreciate the predictability of that. And I've already been sharing this calendar with non-city agencies, and it's had a huge help in scheduling already, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. And I'll just distill what I've heard and not repeat everything. I think there's two items here. There's quantity, which Councillor Jackson had raised, the quantity of meetings, which I appreciate, but there's also the quality of the work that has been raised by several of our colleagues. And I think we just need to be clear, and the public message needs to be, there's much more work that we do than is done just around this horseshoe here. And others have touched on the challenges we have on being able to be completely effective when we're not here and dealing with constituents and dealing with subcommittees. So there's quantity and there's quality. The quantity of meetings that we had previously or currently have isn't necessarily the right number, and that's what the clerk has recommended. And I'm, to what Councillor Alex Wilson said, willing to view it as continuous improvement, knowing that at some point we may look at that and say we need to adjust again. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Really, actually, I want to put the chair over to Councillor Danko and say a few words.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Danko, or Deputy Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the city manager, to the clerk, to the committee, I watched some of that committee, lots of really good discussion, lots of really good kind of line by line review of some of the recommendations, and there's definitely need for improvement. I think we've all identified, and I'm just really grateful to the clerk's team, the legal team, the city manager, senior leadership team. It's, I think, really important that we push ahead in ways that help us to, I think it was Councillor Alex Wilson that said, deal with all of the matters of this big, diverse and growing city. And I think structurally this will help us do that. But nothing's in stone, and so continuous improvement, obviously, I would agree, is something that we all strive for. And I just wanted to share my gratitude as the mayor. Thank you.
Chair is back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody further on the list then, so we go to the report on this item. Okay, so we will go to that vote first then. That carries 14-1. And then we are back to the balance of the report as amended. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We're now on to 6.5, Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 24-009, November 21st, 2024. Councillor Alex Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report?
Yes, you may. It's moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Kretsch, that the Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting report 24009, being their meeting held on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any speakers on this one? Anything that people want to discuss? Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. On item 1, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Toronto Community Crisis Centre and Hamilton's Mental Health Crisis Response. Excellent presentation from 2 delegates that want to bring their successful model here to Hamilton. I thought it dovetailed perfectly with Councillor Maureen Wilson's direction that this body supported a couple of months ago to let's do a comprehensive review of services that are out there for mental health addiction and narcotics addiction, and let's see what's going on, and let's see if we need to maybe resurrect some past practices that have been disbanded. Maybe there's new directions to go in. This group that came in through the Greater Hamilton Health Network, there may be some opportunities and potential possibilities. And they were looking for ultimately and ideally some funding through the municipality. And I'm glad we just simply didn't say no, but referred them to our excellent staff under General Managers Burden and Mader to see come the 25 budget session if we could provide them some funding, which I would be definitely open-minded to, because this whole area of what we've experienced these 2 years of this council and the homelessness issue and the issue of people, 10 people in our neighborhood parks, there's serious, regular, themed matters of mental health addiction and narcotics addiction. And I just thought this group is coming in with some opportunities for us that may help us more than ever to help those that are homeless. And so I'm very supportive of at least starting this conversation. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I also want to thank staff and those who presented during ECS committee last week, and for the reviewing of the award-winning Toronto model in coming up with proposed options for us to consider on how to best meet the growing needs of non-police emergency-related incidences as it relates to mental health, addiction, and other crises that folks have or experience as a result of just the way in which our society is unfolding these days. I also really appreciate the dialogue that ECS colleagues had at committee. I had to leave in order to attend FCM standing committees during all of standing committee week last week, and this one I was really missing. I was sad to have left the conversation and not been there to vote during committee meeting. One of the recommendations that we'll hear back on, if approved and ratified today at council, is the implementation of a 2-on-1 response system, which I think truly is a solution in terms of providing a clear access point for our residents in order to identify and be referred to the most appropriate supports that can be mobilized when our neighbors and customers in businesses or residents are experiencing a time of crisis. What was outlined in the video that was shared in the presentation report really exemplified the care and compassion of trained, trauma-informed professionals to be able to meet residents where they're at and support them through what could otherwise turn into a really not only isolating situation, but a situation that other people could react to that can turn into harm and discord in our community. And I think that that kind of resourcing is one that is really, truly steeped not only in compassion, but is necessary to be steeped with folks who have the right skill set to be able to de-escalate a situation, but most importantly, make sure that somebody is referred to the supports and care that they need. Really looking forward to this work continuing to evolve in our city. Truly good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, I'm very thankful to staff for this. I'm grateful for Councillor Maureen Wilson's motion as well. This came from a motion I put forward a few months back at the Emergency and Community Services Committee when we had a report back on the community and safety well-being plan. And one of the things we discussed there was, there are lots of gaps. And then staff did some really amazing work, I think, in trying to speak to every single group in our entire city who tries to assist people with mental health issues, addiction supports, you name it. And what they discovered was, great, there's a lot of work going on up there, but there are all these little gaps. How do we determine what the city can do to lead going next? What's the next move that we can do here? So actually what's coming forward in 2025 is a case from city staff asking for us to figure out what the next step is. Then in 2026 or after, that's when the actual ask about a service might come into place. I just wanted to flag that for people, that the ask is not for the major funding to be happening this year, but we're working on a plan in 2025, and then 2026 we'll be coming forward with some more discussion about that. Because staff said, look, we can't get this ready in time for the 2020, the current budget coming in right now in terms of a comprehensive solution. Give us some time and let us go out there and work with these agencies doing this work, identify the gaps, and come back with a comprehensive solution. And 211 is something that exists in lots of other big cities our size across North America, and so considering that as part of the solution is also important. So I was very grateful that we're trying to take a measured and thoughtful approach to this, and appreciate all the work that staff has done. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so we'll go to the vote on the report, please. That carries 15-0. We are now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Danko, may I have a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole, please?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that the Committee of the Whole rise as council to report and confirm the actions taken in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Can we have that vote, please? That carries 15-0. Thank you so much. We're on notice. We're on motions, of which there are none, as far as I know, unless something came in. Notices of motion again, none, unless something came in. And I see the clerk indicating that's not the case. So we're on to statements by members. Members of council, as is the practice. Can you start to populate the speakers list to identify that you have an item of interest that you would like to share with your colleagues and with the people of the City of Hamilton? We have Councillor McMeekin. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Just going to call it up here on my phone. Just want to begin by sharing that we had a wonderful breakfast this morning that the Y sponsors, the Peace Breakfast, and the creator of Peace by Chocolate was the speaker. Very, very moving. Several hundred young people there. It was great. We had, I think, 4 or 5 councillors there, which was nice, and it was very, very, very touching. The Y does a lot of wonderful work, and they do a really nice job of understanding that it's more important to try to grow up strong, healthy, caring kids and young people than it is to fix broken adults. And in that context, I got a note just before the meeting, not related to the meeting, from Manny Figueredo, who's the new director there. He came over from the school board, about a study that the Y had done. And I'd just like to read 3 or 4 paragraphs from his note. He said, Ted, did you know that 60% of Canadians feel disconnected from their community? Yeah, maybe this touches on where we were at this morning. I was rather shocked to learn this too. When we don't feel like we belong, our reaction is to further distance ourselves from the activities and spaces that help us to find connection. I get it. It's hard to put yourself out there when you're already feeling left out. A new survey by YMCA Canada found feelings of disconnection are particularly high among Canadians under 55. That's most of the constituents I'm privileged to represent. But they also gave us a few tips on how to solve this dilemma, and I just offer the three. I would offer a different three, but let me offer Manny's three. Would you be surprised to learn that the YMCA of Canada suggests that to overcome social isolation, more people need to, first, spend less time on their electronic devices. Isn't that ironic? Secondly, engage in extracurricular activities that foster community involvement. And third, interact with others outside of work and school at least twice a week. On the last point, I have found it particularly helpful to work in collaboration with the many good people in my ward to identify groups that nobody knows about, or many people don't know about, who are dealing with domestic issues like domestic violence, homelessness, mental health issues, youth mentoring, all of that stuff. Nobody knows about them, but just to go and spend a little bit of time to catch a glimpse of their work and to try to ascertain what, sometimes small, sometimes maybe a little bit more large things we can do to be affirming of their work, supportive, and encourage that greater connectedness. I was pleased to learn recently, I don't know who told me this, that maybe this is in dispute, that on a per capita basis, there are more volunteers up in Ward 15 than any other part of the city.
Oh, come on.
And,
Hold it.
Uh-oh, you threw down a gauntlet.
that would be a good elongated meeting of council to talk about how whether that and if it is or isn't, how we might all enhance our willingness to engage. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And I was there this morning as well, the 2024 YMCA Peace Medal Breakfast. And I want to tell you, the inspirational speaker, Tarek he was a former Syrian refugee, now lives his entrepreneurial family on Canada East Coast. He truly was inspirational. And I'm glad I went because I got a piece by chocolate, and I had it this morning. It's delicious. And he was so inspiring, you know, coming to Canada. One thing he said that I concur with him, he said he didn't realize when Canada does all their advertising, it's either in the summer, spring, or fall, but not in the winter. So when they come here, they have a shock that winter's really cold. I remember my family as well when we came in April, and then the first winter was just, we wanted to go back to Italy, you know. So he was inspiring. He was really good. But it was nice as well to be there because my good friend, Art Dirksen, was one of the recipient, and he won. He is a man that goes all over the world to help. I've been with him in Haiti many times, and I was so proud of him. So it was great. I also want to say what amazing, I don't know if any of the councilors, I know the mayor was there, the Santa Claus parade, it was fantastic. I don't know how many people, but I think it was in the thousands and thousands, and it was amazing walking, and it was funny because I was giving the pins of Hamilton to the people, and they were, can I have one? They were so excited. It was really a true place. And then we went to Lime Ridge and we lit the tree. Mary, you were there. It was fantastic. It was packed. You know, Lime Ridge Mall really appreciated. It was packed wall to wall, and it truly, there's a thing now to keep it on the mountain. So I hope we can keep it on the mountain. Everybody's emailing me saying, let's keep it there. Anyway, so that was great. There's a lot of things happening in December in my ward. December 2nd, Sport Hamilton, 24th Annual Breakfast of Champions. And of course, I'll be there, and it's at Carmen's. Then Friday, December 6th, Concession Street BIA is lighting the Christmas lights at the gazebo on concession. And I remember being there a few years ago where we brought gifts for the people that needed the most, and it was packed with people bringing toys that weren't wrapped so we could give it to children that needed it. Also, breakfast that day at the town hall. There will be 9 a.m. service, and I want to tell you, it is sold out. Everybody wants to have breakfast with Santa. And then at night, not at night, at 11:15 that same day, the movie event at Zoa Eric, the Santa Claus movie. So that will be exciting. And last of all, there's going to be Santa Cruz that same day at 4 o'clock, Mountain Kids Club gift drop. It's at the Broken Barrel, 638 concession. And bring your unwrapped gift donation and hand it over to Santa, and they will go around and delivering them. So lots of things going on at Christmas. It's a happy time for all, so I hope you could attend some of these events. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Spadafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few announcements for me. On December 7th, from 3:30 to 5:30 at St. Andrew's Church, we have an event in support of the Interval House, and it's local celebrities will be reading and sharing Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Some of those local celebrities, Connie Smith, Matt Hayes, Jim Witter, Julie Cole, and Brian Wood. Sorry? He doesn't know how to read, so let's, we left it there. But anyways, now I lost my, everybody likes to interrupt me. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is a crime in my world. So back to Interval House, tickets are $10, and all the proceeds will support, obviously, the good, the good work that's being done at the Interval House. Next up, the Ward 14 Town Hall, which I believe is December 2nd, but I'm looking in my notes here to see if that is correct. Yes, it will be on December 2nd at 6:30 to 8:30 at Shidok Arena. And the topics that will be discussed is the 2025 budget and the VUT and mandatory occupation declaration. And we will have members from the finance team there. And lastly, I just wanted to mention a couple days ago, I was able to go to the Interval House for an announcement in regards to their 2 new bedroom expansion that they were able to get completed, which is also pet friendly and provides, unfortunately, it does provide housing for gender-based violence and victims in our community. It was a good announcement for the sake that we were able to add an expansion to the shelter, but at the same time disappointing that we continue to need to grow these services for violence against women. So special shout out to Victoria Mancinelli as well, who was there, who donated an additional $25,000 to the Interval House. And the Ward 14 office will be looking to help with some capital improvements as the Interval House's kitchen is coming to a point where with the expansion and the amount of people there, it just can't, it's not sustainable. So I'm looking forward to working with Sue Taylor and her team and hopefully providing some funding to keep a well-needed shelter in Ward 14 for residents of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. Next is Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Danko, and through you. Also had the great privilege of attending the YMCA Peace Dinner Breakfast this morning with my fellow councillors, and I won't go into any additional detail other than completely agree with Councillor Esther Pauls, the keynote speaker Tarek had. Founder of Peace by Chocolate, was absolutely, he almost made me late. And I was going to take a late on this one, but we managed to squeak that in. And I also I keep looking at my notes. I made some notes here earlier. I must be the Winona counselor because it keeps correcting peace to peach. And I almost had founder of Peach by Chocolate, and it didn't Didn't really work. My congratulations to my dear friend Manny Figueredo, the CEO of the YMCA, and his incredible team. But also want to make a special note and congratulations to two of the nominees for the Peace Award in the youth category, Proud Stony Creekers, currently students at St. John Henry Newman Catholic Elementary School, technically in Ward 5, but only a few meters, so we won't hold that against anyone. Marissa and Ula, I'm hoping I've shortened her name correctly. Great examples of what our Stony Creek youth are up to and setting a very high bar. So my congrats to them. Leads me as a nice segue, Mayor, into a summary of our Stony Creek Youth Council meeting held last night at Old Stony Creek City Hall. And Mayor, I'll tell you, we continue to have record attendance at our Youth Council meetings, something like 25 students, not just from our two Stony Creek High schools. Now we're pulling in some engaged participants from our local elementary school, as well as a student that attends on the East Mountain, Councillor Jackson, and two students that attend from neighboring Grimsby. And they're looking for this kind of engagement and happy to support that. So much so that we've had to move into the big room in former Stony Creek Council chambers to accommodate everyone, which we did last night. And we had a little sessioning, a brainstorming session, I should say, where we reprioritized the things that the Youth Council wants to look into and focus on for the remainder of our term. We follow the school calendar, so we're coming into the second half of the 2024-2025 calendar. And for the next few months, quite the surprise, actually, as to what the top priority amongst youth in Stony Creek, and I'm sure for the rest of Hamilton. And I'll start by saying that second and third place completely tied. No real surprise here. Climate change, and you've heard me mention this before, teen vaping, still a massive issue with our youth in our community. They're very, very much interested, and this has been a priority of the council since day one. We're now in our third season, but from season one, they've placed a priority on teen vaping. Top priority, Mayor, amongst youth, and by a wide margin, far and away the top concern, affordability. Didn't see that one coming, but particularly focused on the cost of participating in extracurriculars, and whether that is sporting or creative, artistic, even just participating in some of the community-based things. The cost to our young people, they're experiencing what I think everybody else is experiencing too. Just the cost of everything is way up. And so we're going to be delving into this a little deeper over the next few months to better understand what the youth in our community is trying to tell us. And of course, we'll bring back the occasional update to this body when we get that voice consolidated. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Great work. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share one piece of information and to share back to the community. And that was to say thank you first off to city staff in tourism and culture, the team at CPKC, and the volunteers and staff at Hamilton Food Share for coordinating yet another wonderful annual holiday train event in Gage Park. It was absolutely heartwarming to see the thousands of residents who were participating. Not only did they come to check out the show and celebrate the wonderful train, the magic that is the holiday train, but also contributed food and cash donations, which I think fundamentally for me is bringing the spirit of the holidays to life. Performers KT Tunstall and American Authors both mentioned that the Hamilton crowd was the best audience they had of all the stops. Now they might say that at every city that they stop at, but I'm gonna take them up on what they said, because it was bumping. People were singing, people were dancing. There was just such a great vibe that evening at Gage Park, and to have that kind of spirit and joy be the celebration of community gathering together to do their part in the face of some staggering statistics, right? This year, we've had over 1 million Ontarians access food banks. We have 1 in 3 food bank users in Hamilton are children and youth. And year after year, more and more neighbors are relying on food banks and emergency food networks in order to get their daily nourishment. the need. We know, all of us know this. We're hearing it regularly from all of our residents in our communities. We're hearing from the calls of support and contribution from community-based organizations, faith groups, as well as our food banks. The need for contributions this year is paramount, and I just want to say thank you again to CPKC, so Canadian Pacific Kansas City Rail. They made a tremendous donation of $10,000 to Hamilton Food Share, which they will be able to triple, or if not quadruple, in terms of the amount of food that they're going to be able to leverage that cash donation towards and help meet the nourishing needs of many of our neighbors across the city over this holiday season. So just a big thank you to everybody who participated. It's quite a sight when you're standing on the train stage and looking out into Gage Park and seeing literally thousands of people. It's a magical moment, and I really encourage councillors who haven't had a chance to enjoy the holiday train to join me next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I've had that opportunity. It's fantastic, really fantastic. Councillor Jackson, please.
One public service announcement, Mayor Horvath, on a somber but congratulatory note to law authorities. I want to salute Hamilton Police Service. The recent arrests of 24 individuals related to Hamilton Street Gang linked to violent crime activity in this city. Chief Frank Bergen, your executive team of Deputy Chief Diodati and Hamilton, and the frontline officers and the Investigative Services Division of Guns and Gangs and Crime, thank you so much. This was an outstanding achievement and accomplishment. Hamilton Police noted a significant rise in our violent crime linked to street gangs operating in Hamilton's downtown core. Repeat, in Hamilton's downtown core. The group, self-identified as Hot Molly Squad, with connections to the Bahamas, have been connected to drug trafficking, robberies, daytime shootings, and homicides. Based primarily in Hamilton, repeat, based primarily in Hamilton, the group has recently expanded to other jurisdictions. Chief Bergen quoted as saying targeting this violent street gang was crucial in addressing the surge in Hamilton shootings because this group acted at the epicenter of gun violence, fueling fear, instability, and harm in our community. 24 individuals, 172 charges, 880 grams of cocaine, 1.2 kilograms of fentanyl taken off the street. Mayor Horvath, I can't thank Hamilton Police Service enough. This is outstanding news. We know what's been happening in our community. I'm not one to create panic or fear in my normal everyday dealings of what I do, both personally and politically. But I was getting very concerned, and I care about my city. I'm here at the pleasure and honor of the East Mountain residents, election after election, but I deeply care about all parts of my city, and especially what was happening, primarily saturated in the downtown. Horrible, horrible stuff. I want to get us back to being an even more safer city, and to those that want to do any criminal type activity like this, get out of Hamilton is what the Ward 6 message strongly and sternly is. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Wang, please.
Switching tax. Thanks so much, Councillor Jackson, for that. I echo that. But I wanted to speak to council and to the rest of the community, especially the Ward 4 community, that we have a group of 8 nominated candidates for the Ward 4 by-election. It is pretty awesome to see so many engaged individuals that want to put up their hand and serve the Ward 4 community, especially after Trustee Ray Mulholland being the fixture that he was, and the amount of respect that we have all garnered for Trustee Mulholland, and we hope him healthy retirement. But the names of the nominated candidates, and I hope to read them out too, just for the record, is Allison Bailey, Amy Cowling, Paul Jay, Amanda Neal Robinson, Larry Pattison Jr., Miriam she did prep me on this one, Suleiman Kill, Jordan Williams,
and Abby Zately. And I wish them the best of luck as we are right in the midst of their campaign season. We will be hosting a town hall for a meet and greet of the Ward 4 trustee candidates on December the 9th. The Rosedale Association will also be hosting a meet and greet on December the 10th. But election day is January 6th, so it's going to be a pretty busy election season. So I wish them all the best of luck, and I hope that Ward 4 residents will reach out and get to know some of these candidates so that we can vote in the right trustee for the Ward 4 community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Tattison, please.
First off, thanks and appreciation to our Housing Secretariat and his team. Their assistance has been so very valuable to the Glanbrook nonprofit housing leadership, many of them volunteers, in helping overcome barriers to bringing the day closer than ever to getting shovels in the ground for subsidized living in new apartments in Binbrook. So again, thank you to that team. And finally, a big thanks to our Recreation Department and Don Walton. 45 years after it was first envisioned, 2 years since I officially took office, public information sessions are finally taking place for the Glanbrook Community Recreation Center tonight, November 27th, 6:30 at the Binbrook Memorial Hall. Tomorrow night, November 28th, 6:30 at the Valley Park Community Center, and December 4th, 1 to 2:30 in the Mount Hope Community Hall. So we're looking forward to engaging with the public and finding out just exactly what we're going to put out there in Glanbrook. And thank you very much to, again, the Recreation Department and Chris Hurstek as well.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tattison. I don't see any other speakers on the list, so I'm going to take the opportunity just to say a few words as mayor. I can formally pass the chair over if that's required. Thanks, Councillor Danko. I wanted to just mention a few things that have happened in the last little while. A number of things that have happened have already been spoken to, so I appreciate that. I'm not going to repeat them, but I do, as mayor, want to also say that what was able to be achieved by the Hamilton Police Service in regards to the violent crime in the downtown, and particularly the drug trafficking trade and the guns on the streets. I don't think there's a single member of this council who hasn't approached me to say we're really worried about the situation, and just my kudos to the team as well at the Hamilton Police Service. I could go on, but we have a board meeting tomorrow, which is probably when I'll spend a little bit more time talking about that great work. We had National Housing Day on November 22nd, and I spent some of that time touring affordable housing developments across our city, including City Housing Hamilton and Indwell's King William Flats, St. Matthew's House on Barton Street, City Hamilton Housing New Build on Bay Street, amongst others. And reflective of the conversation we had earlier today, we are very fortunate to have such dedicated builders, developers, social service providers, and not-for-profit organizations who are stepping up to address the housing and homelessness crisis. Thanks as well, as has been already mentioned, to our Housing Secretariat. These partners can have now a place to rely on at the City of Hamilton, where they can have those meaningful and transparent and collaborative conversations about a path forward to provide more housing. And congratulations to the chair of the board, as well as the board and the staff at City Housing Hamilton, who have done such a great job, not only in terms of new builds, but in terms of following up on the commitment that they made to this council around the bringing the units that were in deep need of repair that could not be rented out online, almost complete, 90% complete. And so that's something we need to celebrate as well. A lot of great events that have happened and are still happening with the holiday season, so I'm not going to repeat the ones that are upcoming. I don't disagree with Councillor Pauls in terms of how amazing the Santa Claus Parade was. It was so much fun. People were right into it. I think there were more people with Christmas-oriented clothing and things on than we're in the actual parade. It was so cool to see the engagement and the joy and the fun that people were having. Huge turnout. And of course, as was mentioned, Santa did manage to swoop in and spend some time at Lime Ridge Mall to the thrill and joy of young people. In fact, as we were waiting on the stage for Santa to arrive, not really the stage, but in front of the tree for Santa to arrive, we kept getting updates from the security folks that people were kids were so excited about Santa that they couldn't get him from his sled into the actual mall. So we waited quite some time for that to happen. But I think it just shows what a joy it was to have that celebration with the parade. It was quite good. So kudos to all of those folks that participated in the parade and the putting together of that fun event. In fact, another event that's happened is the inaugural Hess Winter Village tree lighting, which I was there with Councillor Kretsch and so many others, really bringing family joy back to the Hess Village area. So good on the folks that were participating in that. Twinkling lights, Victorian architecture, warm energy from residents. Just that space of Hess Village was truly fantastic, like a postcard, really. And just a little plug, there continues to be a Hess Village winter market this weekend as well. It was this past weekend, but this weekend coming. So please, if you have some time, join in. George Street is alive, as is Hess Street between Main and King, and I hope people take advantage. I've always really loved Christmas markets when I go abroad. To see what happens in those spaces is pretty amazing, and to have something like that here in Hamilton is really quite neat. Gore Park tree lighting ceremony next week, Hamilton Malali Christmas celebration, lots of wonderful events that are taking place, and I know that all of you have those kinds of events on your agendas as well. We had a long service award luncheon just yesterday, and I had the pleasure of joining City Manager Marnie Clucky at the inaugural long service luncheon, where we celebrated truly remarkable individuals, our longest serving City of Hamilton employees, who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and even 45 years of service to the city and to the people of this city. It was fantastic. Incredibly grateful to the City Manager for initiating this opportunity to recognize and celebrate such deserving staff members. They truly deserve the honor, and I think I would not be exaggerating by saying the room was abuzz with conversation and with excitement and with collaboration and collegiality, and it was really heartening to see. And so thank you, City Manager, for that. And our general managers also participated by providing some speeches and some words about their various teams, and I just think we should give them all a hand of applause. So awesome. Thank you. As I mentioned very briefly recently, the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access and Accountability, a public engagement process is well underway. Lots of ways to provide feedback to the task force. It will help shape the recommendation report, complete with actions to Council, which helps to, I think, build that relationship and that trust between the city and the residents of the city. Again, hearkening back to some of the conversation we were having earlier today in terms of ways to engage people. Participation can happen on an online survey, which has proven to be very popular. We're getting a lot of responses back. Submission to the clerk's office, so clerk@hamilton.ca. And there's another live delegation meeting that's happening on December 3rd at 6 p.m. right here in Council Chambers. So not only do I invite people to participate and bring your input forward, but I also want to take a minute to thank the task force members for their work and for their look forward to their recommendations. It's I think we all jumped into this, and just so folks know, I've taken a very hands-off approach. I identified the two leaders of this, asked them to populate the committee themselves, and then put the work plan together and undertake the work, because I didn't want to politicize it, frankly. I wanted wanted to respect the voice of community and the independence of this group to provide recommendations back to council. So looking forward to what they bring forward. Order of Hamilton nominations are now open. The award honors individual Hamiltonians who have made exceptional voluntary contributions to improving our community. Nomination forms are available online and in person at Hamilton City Hall, City Services Centres, and all Hamilton Public Library branches. Deadline for submissions, December 18th. So you have a couple weeks still to get your submissions in. I encourage you to do so. Really, those awards that were established by the previous mayor, Fred Eisenberger, to give him his due. It was a great idea. We've expanded it in terms of the number of awards that are bestowed every year, but the deadline for submissions, as I said, December 18th, 2024 at 4 p.m. The stories we hear, the submissions that we receive are nothing short of amazing. And again, I think it speaks to some of what Councillor McMeekin was talking about earlier. People are engaging. There's doing so many wonderful things in our communities that we don't even know about. And so if you know of someone who's doing this kind of volunteer work or know that there's someone that really should be recognized for their contributions, please nominate them. It's really something very, very special. And we do our best to try to get around to the various parts of our great city to celebrate those folks. And so, again, you'll expect that to be happening, I believe, in the new year. I'm looking up to my staff there. But thanks very much. I really, there's lots more to say, but I'm going to wrap it up because I think I'm standing between communications, lunch, and then private and confidential. So I'll take the chair back, Councillor Danko. I don't see any further speakers, so we're going to move on then to the council communications updates. And just, it's 12:03, and so I was thinking we would do the communications updates, break for lunch, and come back for private and confidential. Is that okay for people? That way, a little bit of a break. I'm seeing a lot of nods. Councillor Spatafor is disappointed, but yeah, I think he got outvoted by the nods, Councillor Spatafor. So on the council communication updates, 10.1, November 8th, 2024 to November 21st, 2024. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive the council communications update listing?
Yes, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that the listing of council communication updates from November 8th, 2024 to November 21st, 2024 be received.
Thanks very much. Oh, sorry, seconded by Councillor
Pauls stepped out.
Oh, she's not here.
So seconded by Councillor Beattie.
Okay, that's great. So the communications updates are listed here for your information. Any items within the council communications update listing that members would like to have referred to a standing committee? List is open. Speakers list? No? Seeing none, then we will go to the vote. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. I think we can probably get the closed minutes off the agenda before we go into our lunch recess. So closed session minutes, item 11.1, November 13th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the November 13th, 2024 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Can we have that vote up, please? That carries 14-0. I'm now looking for a motion to recess for half an hour. It's 12:05, so 12:35. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Taddison. We'll take that vote too, please. So back at 12:35. 12:36 if you want to be persnickety about it. And that carries 13-1. Oh, way to go, Councillor Spatafora. Just before we go into the motion to go into closed, once we are finished with our closed session, there are 2 meetings after that, right? The 2 shareholders meetings that we need to make some, have some motions on. And so just wanted to remind people because, you know, once we end an in-camera session, the meeting's over, everybody has lots of things to do. Not that I'm looking at you, Councillor Spadafora, but I kind of caught your eye. I'm only kidding. But there are 2 shareholders meetings following this, so I didn't hear you. So welcome back, everyone. We're back live. We are going to have to move into closed session. So may I have that motion, please, to move into closed session to consider item 11.2 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections B and D of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 239.2 B and D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoining the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So, mover, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch seconded. Can we go to the vote, please? That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Can I now ask that all members of council please ensure they're in a private room area, wearing headphones or some other type of hearing equipment, and are in closed portal of eScribe. Remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7c when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. And so we can close her all down and get into the Okay, we're as we wait for the clerk to return to the table, I wanted to let folks know that we're back live, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And so welcome back, everyone. Members of council, we're now back in open session. So again, the open portal of eScribe is necessary. Current staffing matters 11.2, current staffing matters CM 24008. May I have a motion to receive CM 24008 and maintain the confidentiality of the memorandum? Can we have the vote up, please? Oh, sorry, moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Have the vote up, please. We're on the vote on receiving the memorandum.
Yes, Deputy Clerk P. Longley. You have to leap over the desk. Yeah, you're right.
And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We're on to the bylaws. Item 12, and the confirming bylaw. Councillor Danko, may I have the motion on the bills, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that bills number 24-207, 24-214 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered and signed by the mayor and the city clerk as follows in the agenda.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on the bills? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go to the vote. That carries 14-0. Thank you very much. We are now on to the most favored motion of the day, which is the motion for adjournment, moved by Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Pauls. Can we have the vote up, please? Okay, that carries 14-0. And just again, a friendly reminder, we have 2 shareholder meetings immediately, so we'll go to those. 5-minute break in between. Okay, no problem.